my brain requires sometimes, like, I can't do this while I'm trying to solve something. Okay, so here's where we're at. Good news, bad news situation. So I don't know what's going on with my computer other than this geometry node thing is, it seems like it shouldn't be a huge deal because it is, like, they tell you the time. So 33 milliseconds is, it's really nothing. But for some reason, it's just like my whole machine is really struggles. So I don't know if it's like a CPU thing or what it is, but yeah. So, but I got something kind of cool. It's not quite what I want, and I'm kind of just thinking through my compromise here of what kind of the right move is to do this. Okay, so check this out. So I've got my geometry node set up, and I've got both objects in here. And I was looking at like some options to switch between them because there is a node set up in geometry nodes in Blender where you can switch. But it's just like it's just like a yes no. So it's kind of like it's just a, simple yes no, like almost like a Boolean. And there's one for geometry, and you can pick between the two. The problem is you can even keyframe it, but it's just yes or no, right? Like you can turn them on and off, and it's very cool because you can switch between, like objects. And because my idea is to kind of have, say, like 8 objects that are nostalgic to me or my childhood, and then have them switch between each object, and then have the projector project them, like, the different ones. This is the idea. Now, the problem is it'll switch them, but when we switch them, it's a hard switch. So it's like we go from one to the other. And I can just, I could demonstrate it, but basically, trust me, it just switches between one location and the other, one object and the other. So then I came up with this idea, which is like, if you kind of look at how this works, you have 2 objects and it's doing 2 things. It's converting the mesh to points, which is what these nodes do here. So let's just get rid of these for a second. Right? So it takes the geometry of, this one is the computer, which let's just clean this up. This is boat. Okay, and this is PC. And this is our geo projector, and like we can get rid of this light. And this is the empty, this is where the projector is originating from. So what's cool about this is if we move this around, the projector can project from anywhere. The geo projector is what's projecting, and we have a boat and a PC and a camera. It's very simple. So basically what this is doing is it's taking the mesh and it's converting it to points. So it's just basically putting a point on every vertex of the mesh, which is super cool and gives a cool effect because however the geometry is of the mesh shows through in the projection, which I like because sometimes, like, topology is kind of beautiful. I mean, the topology in these are not the best, but like it kind of shows off where the mesh is dense, where it isn't. It looks really cool. Okay. So now what I've done is I've joined those 2 together. So I have a PC and a boat, and I can put as many of these I think as I want. And what it's doing is it's taking them and it's putting them all together, and it's putting instances on points in 2 places. So it's one is up here and one is down here. The one up here is doing the curve line, it's called, and the one down here is doing an icosphere. And really all you got to think about here is, the one at the bottom is doing the dots that are on the actual mesh. So all these little dots. And the one at the top is doing the lines down to the projector, which is a little more complicated. And this works really well because you can then control downstream, like what you do with each of them, but they're essentially set up differently. Okay. So the instances for the points and one for the lines. Okay. So now there's this thing called selection, which lets you decide which points on the mesh, which is now both of these, we're going to select. And what I kind of had figured out is that we use this thing called the geometry proximity, which is it calculates where the points are in relation to the mesh. And I just realized that I don't feel like we need those. Just give me a second. Let's just try something. Just going to bypass this. So this is the computer. I don't know if we need that at all. So this is all the points on all the vertices of the PC. This is really cool, right? So I don't know what this is. I'd have to look at that. But anywhere there's a point on the mesh, this thing has put a dot, which is really, really neat. And then, okay, so now if we switch this over to the boat, you can see there's the boat. So actually the proximity to mesh is not even needed here. Because what I was doing was I was thinking, okay, well, let's select from all the possible points which ones are closest. Well, I guess that's probably why we need it. Which ones are closest to the actual points, or in this case, I had faces of the object we care about. So we're kind of saying like, hey, we've got all these points here. Only show the ones that are close to the geometry of the object. So actually, a better way to do this is to set the threshold probably really, really small, like 0.01, because we can actually say like, we already know where the, the points are. So let's just try this. So we already know, this is grabbing the points and this is grabbing the points. It's kind of the same thing, pretty sure. And essentially what we're saying is only select the points that are close to the right object. And what I was trying to do is like, see how there's a value here? I was trying to blend the two values together. So I basically said, all right, let's do a math node. And I was trying to do, like a mix. So where would the mix be? Yeah, I was trying to do mix. So what I was trying to say is, okay, give me the value of this one and give me the value of this one. And just pick it. So if I do this, now I'm saying only select the faces that or the points that are of either this object here or this object. So if I actually turn this, yeah, see it doesn't. Let me just make sure this is right. Yeah, object here, less than 0.001, 0.001. Pick. Wonder why. Oh, because of the geometry, right? Stupid. Okay. So now if I switch this, there it is. Okay, so here's, kind of the good news, bad news situation, right? So what this is doing, which is really cool, is if I slide this, it's doing the boat, it's doing the computer, and it's doing both. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't blend between them. And that's what I was trying to figure out. So I was like, if I animate this, I would like I'd love the projector beams to essentially move between the two geometries. So as one fades out, one fades in, and it feels seamless. Right now, it's really, the animation is going to be pretty harsh because it's only, it's only three things, right? It's the blend, this, and that. So, I mean, what I could do is I kind of have like a path. So path one is I render all animations for all objects. right? So let's say now I have a good setup. So all I got to do is go grab an object, bring it in, add it to my scene, hit render. It's going to render it out. And now I have each object. And I tested this earlier. It seemed like even with Eevee, it was taking, like, if for me to render out, say 10 seconds, well, I would only need, let me think about this. So let's say I had 8 objects, and let's say they're going to do 360s, right? So they're going to do 360s. So if each object is going to do a full 360, like in the animation, it would probably, they'd be rotating pretty quick. So let me just think. So is this like, if this is the object, it's probably like 0, 1, 2, 3, like 5 seconds, right? So I do a 5-second animation for each. Okay, so 5 seconds times 30 frames a second is 150. So that's what I rendered. So I think like 150 frames took me probably like 10 minutes. It was still, because it has to calculate each time. So it isn't like as seamless, as I was hoping. So, okay, so one option is I do all of them. And then I think like if I just put them into DaVinci Resolve, I could just fade right between the two. And I think it would look pretty good. It might help to have the intermediary one, which would be annoying because I have to render each one of those there. But it doesn't really it's like kind of just jumps. So it does actually have both at the same time, but I think doing that animation would probably work really well, right? But what I was hoping is I could animate this value, so it would like slowly animate across, and I would get more and more pixels moving to the other object, and then I could just run like a big animation, let it render it overnight, and it would render, switching between 8 objects. So one option is do all the animations independently, which is more rendering. So I'd have to, guess the good news is I could render, like I could set this up with the switches. Yeah, so I could set this up. Let me think. So what I would have to do is I could start with, okay, so let's say we want to do, okay, I got to just kind of do some math here. So say I want to do, how long of an animation would I want to do? So I think I'd want to do one. I think 30 seconds. Let's go 30 seconds. 10 objects. 3 seconds an object. 1, 2, 0. Okay, so it starts 1, 2, 3, switch. 1, 2, 3, switch. Yeah. Okay, so 30 seconds, 10 objects, and we're going to do a 360-degree rotation, which we don't have to do in the single. We don't have to do that in a single, like 30 seconds. We want it to go faster, I think. So if it's spinning, I was saying this before. So one, because like here's the actual, by the way, it's kind of cool. So if you take like the boat is active now, right? This is it spinning. So I think like that's probably the speed you want, right? So let's just see like at 0. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we could do 10. So let's just keep it all around. So 10 seconds per 360. Okay, so 10 seconds per 360, which means in a total thing, it's going to be, what is it? 360 times 3 is what? 1080. Okay, it's like 1080 snowboarding. So 1,080 rotations. So what we really need is we need to animate each object each object's only going to be for 3 seconds. 10 objects through, 3 seconds. So in 3 seconds, it's going to do how many rotations? So it would kind of be like this. It would kind of go, let's just bring this up. So if we go to the beginning and we say, okay, it's a 300, what did I say, 30 seconds? 30 times 3, right? 30 times 30. Okay. So it's 900. It'd be nice if it was just 10. I wonder if I did 1080. Okay, let me think about this. So every 30 seconds, 30 frames, every 90 frames. Right, so 90, we would have a mark, 180, mark. $270, mark. 360, mark. 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 Plus 90. Plus 90. Okay. So we have, object 1, object 2, object 3, object 4, object 5, object 6, object 7, object 8, object 9, object 10. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Okay, so 10 objects are going to go through here. So what we could do is we could set it for like, let me think about this. So if I had at every, 100 or every 90 seconds it switched, it'd be a hard switch in the animation. And even if I timed it so it was like a few frames on this side, few frames on this side, and I animate the whole thing through, there's no way to blend that. Like I could go and resolve and I'd have one video, but then no, that wouldn't really work. Okay. So the other way is we render each. So, obviously we don't want to render the whole thing because we don't need it. So if you're going to do a rotation, what did I say, every 3 seconds? That's every 90. So every 90 frames. You get a 360. Okay, so hold on. If you do a 360, and then as it gets close to the end, the other object starts. So really what I need is, I need the full rotation for each object. Sorry, Neo gentlemen. I'm in. When did you send that? I'm so bad. I keep forgetting to turn on my notifications and I don't even notice it. I'm like the worst streamer ever. How am I doing? I don't know when your message was. I'm checking the timestamp now. I don't know if you're still even here. I'm doing okay. I'm good. I'm good. What I really want to do is get this render out, scheduled to go, because I think I know what I want to do. It's just I'm trying to come up with how to make sure when I do it, the animation fits. So if I do a 3 second 90 second animation of each object rotating, then each object has a full rotation. So what I have to do is offset each object. So if the boat rotates, okay, let's kind of do a little test. So the boat's going to rotate, and at keyframe 90, it's going to be at 360. So it's going to do this thing. It's going to rotate around. Perfect. That's, I think, a good speed. Wait, it feels like it did more than 360. So it's rotating. No, I guess not. Okay, so it does a full loop in 360. Oh, it's just because it's speeding up. So we'll do it. We'd want to do it. View. I don't know why the keyframes are not showing up. Dome sheet. Why would my... Oh, because the boat is hidden. By the way, this just is like a little side note. I feel like, I don't know if this will slow it down or not, but it is nice with the actual boat, like with the actual object showing, because I kind of have a bit of a shader that makes it look okay. So let's clear all these keyframes. So at 1, the boat's at 0, and at 90, it's at 360. So it does a full loop. And the keyframe needs to be linear. And this one needs to be, I think it's just going to hopefully do all linear. Okay. So now there's what it looks like. So it's doing its spin, and it's going to do a full revolution in 3 seconds. Now, like right here, we'd want it to switch to, say, 10 frames. We want it to switch to the computer, let's say. So if we did that, we could render the whole thing at once. The computer would start at its at 100 seconds, or 90 seconds, the computer starts. In the animation, it's a hard move because it's going to flip. But the computer is going to start at the exact spot that the other one ends. So if in DaVinci Resolve I cut it at frame 100 and I move it over, no, I need to have it. No, I get confusing. There's a solution here. I just have to think through it. So if the boat and the PC are rotating, what I need is at frame 80, the PC needs to be like, the PC needs to start offset from, so the PC actually needs to start at over 90 frames, 360, calculator, 360 and 90 is 4. So at 4 seconds, no. Where does it become a whole number? Does it ever? No. But why? One frame okay. So one frame just give me a second. Okay. PC goes here and offsets at 60 seconds. So when this switches here, the PC when it switches at 90 seconds, the PC is going to be ahead. Which means I can just drag, I can drag the PC animation back 10 frames and blend. Neo gentlemen, help me out. Is this making sense? So the PC will be where the boat starts or ends 10 seconds earlier. So it's 10 seconds ahead. So I cut it, and it's going to hard cut at 90 seconds. So at 90 seconds, I cut it. And at 90 seconds, it switches. And at that moment, the PC is 10 frames ahead. No, it's not going to work. Because the PC needs to be not 10 frames ahead. It needs to be 10 frames behind. Because if it's 10 frames behind, then I can cut it and move it up 10 frames, and now it blends. Okay, so how do we make it 10 seconds behind? So if the PC is rotating, it needs to be, it's rotating 90 frames, no, 360 degrees divided by 90. No, 90 divided by 360. 0.25, does that sound right? No. I think it's just 3. I think I just need that value right there. Because at 80 frames, the boat is at 319. And then it gets to 360. The PC. Oh no. That'll mess it up. $323. Why would it be different? Oh, right. One, two, three, four, five, six. Right. So at 80, the boat is at 319. Does it matter where it is? Because if the boat, I mean, it should be close. At that point, we have pixels. Hold on. Okay. As usual, I'm overthinking this, but it's just if I animate this out, I don't want to do 10, I don't want to render. I thought I could send 10 files. Yeah, this is not going to take long to render. I don't need to send this like a render farm or anything. But I think what I really do need to do is I just need to change the numbers. So if you go at frame 1, you're going to go, 360. So you're doing 360 frames in 360 degrees in 90 frames. This is the only part I don't quite understand. Maybe it's just the way that I did. Maybe it's not linear. I feel like in 360 because like if you go to half, that should be 180. That's what I don't get. Maybe I'm just missing something obvious. At frame 1, you're at 0. Like, why is it not just 4 frames? There's because there's like a missing frame. Because you actually start on 1, not on 0. Right? So at frame 1, you're at 0. Okay. I think this is it. 4 degrees. I. 360 I. Yeah. Okay, this makes sense. 4 degrees. Yeah, 4 degrees per frame. Because if you're hitting 360 here, it's an extra frame. You don't need it, right? You're on the same frame twice. So if you actually want to do, this makes sense. Okay, so this thing is going to go around from frame 4. It's going to start on rotation 4. I'm just going to go to 360. And then this one below it, the one below it is just going to do that same rotation, but it's going to go from 4 degrees to 360. But it's going to do it in, it's the same time frame. So what you got to do, right, but it starts on 90. So is it 1 frame behind? No. Okay. Math would make sense. I don't know if you can start at frame 1. I think you can. Okay, so 0 to 90, 360 I. No, 360. There we go. No. Okay, there we go. So it goes 0 to 90 frames, 360. And then this one's going to go from PC from 0 to 180. Okay, so it's going to go every 4 frames. Okay, cool. So we're going 4 frames, 4 degrees a second. That's basically what we want. So now with this one though, because we're starting it here, and we're going to make the switch, so we don't, at this point, we're switching to this one. So this is going to start at 0. So it just needs to start, if I go back, if I have 10 frames overlap, how long would that transition be? Not a second. Maybe half a second. So at half a second, we can say it's 15. 30 frames a second. Okay. So 15 frames back, it's going to be at 340. Right? So basically we can do 360 minus 360 minus, what am I trying to do? In 15 seconds is 20 frames. 4 times 15. Why is that nothing? Oh man, I'm so funny. That's only 5 frames. 75. 360. 4 times 15. Okay. That round number's easy. Okay, so PC is going to start at 300. And it's going to go to the next marker at 180, and it's going to be 340, 300 plus 360 Okay. So, follow me. Key now is making sure the boat and the PC are lined up at that spot. Oh, which is tricky. Okay, I think this. Okay. Give me a second. Let's do this right. Start with the boat. The boat needs to be facing here. We're going to put the camera on the x-axis, -3 on the y, and we're going to have it facing here. Okay, so this is basically the camera's facing this. I can't see the actual render region, unfortunately. Maybe that's an Eevee thing. Why is that? Okay. So the key is you have to set each object to be facing the camera perfectly and set that rotation. So like you look at it from here, each object should be centered and it should be here, and then this is going to be, is it straight? I'd say pretty good. Okay, so now we want to apply the rotation. So now that's at 0 point. Okay. This one, same thing. This needs to be here, origin to geometry, and I would say it should be here. Actually, just to make our life easier, we can do, I think all the objects should be at 0, and the camera should be at 0, and we should okay. So everything's sort of lined up. Camera's here. Objects are here. The objects should be in kind of a side profile, perfectly aligned as much as we can. It should not be on any kind of curve. Okay, looks good. Looks okay, so this is what the camera looks like. So I don't know. We can set our camera to 50 for no perspective. We can set this here to kind of have most of the object. 7. Okay, so this is here, and then this boat needs to have its rotation applied. Okay, now the boat is going to go from 0 to 90. Perfect. The PC is going to go from 300 is fine. Its rotation needs to be 0 though. Yep. Okay, so its rotation is 0. Okay, so this is interesting. So let's go camera. So we just have to be careful with these objects. Probably out like this. Okay, so 7. Okay, so now the PC is going from 300, which is what we want, all the way to, like, it's just plus 360, and it ends at the same spot. So what happens is when this is rotating, you know, when the animation flips, this one's starting here. So we actually have video where the PC is kind of in the same position as the computer, as the boat. So now when we animate this, we can get some frames where, you know, both the PC and I mean, we could animate the whole thing if we wanted, just offset it, but it doesn't matter. You know, we can have some frames where the PC and the boat are both being projected. And then some frames where just the BC and just the boat. And then what happens is when this comes out as a video file, we'll cut it every 90 seconds. So we'll just put those cuts in, and then we'll just bring, because the next object is behind by 60 frames or 60 rotations or 15 frames. So it's 15 frames times 4 frames, 60. Yeah. Then we can blend those together in Resolve. So we'll have like a much more nicer transition between the objects. Okay. It's going to work. I have a feeling. All right. So all I got to do now is a couple things. Is the objects themselves, I have to decide whether they're going to be in or not. So let's take a peek. And then so we're going to bring up our geometry nodes here. And we're going to go to the projector. And this is our toggle. So we'll use the factor because factor, if we turn off the boat, the factor is going to have both. Okay, so let's go. I don't know what actually. Oh, okay, hold on. So now we got to bring our empty down. And actually we got to bring our camera down because the camera is probably going to be, yeah, okay, so the camera is going to be, the projector is always here. So it's kind of halfway between where the objects are always going to be kind of dead center in the screen. Okay. So, okay, there we go. There's the projector. Okay, now watch. So we're going to have geometry nodes down here. We're going to pin it. So now, like, the transition is this. Boat. PC. Why is it rotated? Okay. Clear single keyframe. 0. Okay. Let's try this again. We don't need these to be at all. 0, 0. Same with the boat. I don't know why. It's just the way that I keyframe. I always seem to keyframe all of them. Okay. Watch. Watch over here. Fuck. Boat. PC. Okay. 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 Boat. PC. Boat. PC. Boat. PC. Both. And there is no, I don't think there's a difference between, 0.1 is the same as 0.9. So there's really only 3 states we care about. There's basically 0, 1, and we'll call it 0.5. Okay? Okay. At okay. Boat. So when we're gonna have to figure this, should we just do it as a switch? I feel like if we have all 8 objects here, it's going to be complicated because it's going to have to pick, because there's like no node that will do, like, I don't think there's a node. Like, I don't think there's any kind of node that's doing. I mean, there might be that I don't know about. So where I'm not going to go down. Okay, so I would have to have a whole bunch of mixed nodes. It would have to be like cascading. Like it would go, boat to PC. Like it would have to cascade. Understand vertices mesh. Why all of a sudden is that not working? Oh, okay. Be really careful. PC, boat. PC, boat. PC, boat. Okay. I think this is it. I don't think we should have the objects visible. Because if you put the object visible, you know, here's like what the PC looks like. So if you take the PC, copy materials, turn off the boat. So this is what the PC looks like with a little bit of a mission and mesh. And I don't think it makes sense. So I think objects off, and we just use the grid. Which feels right to me. And again, it's like, it's weird and it's hard to visualize, but each of these lines is actually legitimately going to the point. You can actually see them there. So it'd be really cool to get that detail. It's one of those like nobody will know, but I'll know kind of deals. So every object we add, we have to rotate, we have to offset. And then if we keep them all hidden, then all we got to do is drop in all of the objects here, set up the nodes. And then unfortunately, we just need these mixes, which we'd have to do. Like we'd have to do like a cascading thing and keyframe it. So we'd have to be like, this is step 1, step 2, and then we'd have the next object. It's going to get messy, but we can do it. Okay. We're going to kind of brute force this in the sense that we're not going to look for other options. So the key that we have to have is all objects have to be in this join geometry. So each one that we add has to go in here. Each one we add needs the same setup, mesh to point. I don't know what those radiuses are. Let me just double check this. Doesn't do anything. We'll keep it at default. 0.05. It's only a little. Okay. So each one has to have these 3 things. So we'll join this together. And then we're going to join this together. Right? So each one of these is its own thing. And then the mix between the 2 is always going to be here. And the join geometry It's kind of a weird one, but we'll bring it out here because there's going to be a ton of these things that are going to all connect. And we might as well maybe bring it all the way out like this, because then after that, there's just going to be a series of mixed nodes. So I think we can actually do it now. Yeah. So okay, so we'll just do it like this. So we're going to do 10 objects. So this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Each one of these needs to be connected to this node. It's going to get a little, so we'll get rid of the object for now. PC, 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 just so hopefully it doesn't cause any. This is just like a kind of a good test. So mesh. And we could even, if we wanted to, we could test this by just making like 10 random objects, but I feel like it's just going to be better for us to import. Like part of the actual process here is bringing in the objects, making sure they have the right amount of mesh, remeshing them if needed, and then bringing them into this node tree, and in a reasonable level, because at 10 meshes, it's going to have trouble probably calculating all these points. I'm hoping it's not going to be too crazy. It's going to be kind of a messy deal. Oh, I don't want that. Okay. And actually we can do this is a little trick I learned. It's just like a nice way to kind of, you can separate this. Just kind of a nice, I don't know if you can Greekly, but just kind of a nicer setup. Okay, so that's all the mesh. And to make this kind of nice, we can bring that like here. And then we can take this and kind of bring it out. And then what's going to happen is there's going to be a bunch of these, and they're going to kind of, we'll put them between each object. Okay, so they're going to cascade down. I can't think of a better, I mean, I guess we could just put them, in here. It's a little confusing, but it's going to make sense in a second, I'm confident. Okay. So all that's happening here is it's just the change factor. So now the next one is going to be A and B. And right now the factor, like this is the first object. First object, second object, third object. I'll have to think about A, B. Okay, so they're coming out here. So if you wanted, it always want to start with them off, because this would be first, second, and then third, fourth. Yeah, I think this is going to work. start with them off. There's one or two things that's going to happen here. Either I'm going to set this all up and it's going to be like, oh, holy crap, this is going to work really, really nice. Or Geometry Nodes is going to freak out because there's way too many calculations running that the whole thing is going to just collapse on itself. That's what's going to happen. But I think the logic makes sense. Okay, we can't, to be very careful. This has to go into the A slot, not factor. So just make sure, yeah. One little mistake. Okay, this goes into the A, not factor. This goes into the A. A, not factor. We're going to animate the factor. A, B. Okay. A into the A, B. Okay. And then this goes all the way into here. Here and here. There we go. Oh no. Control X. Welcome to my brain. This whole thing represents how my brain works right here. I mean, this literally represents exactly how my brain works. And then just to kind of organize it, what this is, was it Shift J, Command J, Command J? Oh, this is cool. It does calculate. I like that. It calculates the time. That's really neat. So what this is the pixels. Okay. This is the beams. And then you can there we go. Right, so this is the beams, this is the pixels, the both being selected by whatever this is. This is whatever this is at the end. And if all the factors are off, it should always take A. So it's just going to flow through. So what happens is they're like little gates. So what happens is A result is here. It's going to pick A. So it's 100% A. And then it's going to go here, A. And it's just going to pass through, hopefully, to here, or not to here, to here, the result of that, which should be A. And looks like all the times are good. Everything is looking good so far. We'll see what happens when we add a bunch of objects. But again, the net result is that all these things flow through to the boat. Now, if you flip this gate, that goes to computer. So what we want to do is at 90 seconds, we want to flip our animation to the computer. So all we got to do is add a keyframe at 90 seconds. Don't know. Yeah, okay, at 90 seconds. And what we can do is just to make sure we get this right, object 2. So this is basically switching. And what we're going to do is at 90, it's going to be wait. I think we want just trying to think, how much do we want of the overlap? I don't think we want at all. If anything, we just want, let me think through this. So I overlap and I blend. Do we ever need both? Like, do we ever need this situation? How is that different? Like at 0.5. Like we could have one frame, but that'll be at frame at frame 90. So if I animate, so we have the boat. We would really need it like here. By 90, we need the PC. At 80, we need this. At the halfway point, if we had some frames of both, we would have I don't know why this is so complicated. We've got the whole animation. This is the boat. It's going frame 1 to 90. Then we've got our second animation, which is the PC. It starts at frame 90, it switches, but it's actually 15 frames, right? 75. It's actually 75. It's there. If you blend those, you're going from pure boat to pure PC over 15 frames. And over those 15 frames, do you want to have at some point like for the beginning, do you want to have a mix? Like from frame here to here, if you have the mix, you're limited because you can't blend them. So you're going to have like 7 frames of both, 7 frames of both. This one blends here, it's going to pause. So it doesn't work. But at that frame, this is boat. It can't be. Okay. Okay, I think it does make sense. So for the first, 82 frames, from like frame 83 on, it could be a half. And then from so like, okay, I think this makes sense. I hope it makes sense. So at the beginning, this is off. And then at frame 83. At 83, it's going to... Okay, 82, it's the same. At 83, it goes to 0.5. And at 84, at 90, it needs to go to... At 89, it's 0.5. And at 90, it's 100. So it looks like this. So for 6 frames, we get both. So when we overlap them, we can blend. Up to here, it's the boat. No, because then it'll be harsh. It'll be harsh jump. Oh, we blend. I think it's got to be on the other one. For the first 6, it could be blended. So it would blend from there. No, because then we have a harsh from the boat. We never have an intermediary between the boat and the pure PC. No, I don't think we do any blending. Okay, so I think it's just go to 90, and then it's going to be like at 90, at 89. Wait, at 90, it's this. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. 89. Yeah, okay, so at 90, it's off. And at 91, it's at 100. Oops. It's at 100. Okay, so I think that's it. So it makes that transition, but the fact that we have overlap means we can blend those in our video editor. Okay, got it. And then at each 90 frames at our keyframes, we're going to do that same transition. So each time the object is going to start 60 frames behind, and then we're going to do it. Okay, let's get some objects. Let's save this. I don't even think we've saved this yet. Oh, shit. Okay, nostalgia working. Blender. Did I just save that or open? Okay, that's fine. All right, we're in business. Okay, so we have 2 objects. We need 8 more. Okay, now the fun begins. Let me think through my objects. So what is nostalgic stuff that was like part of my own upbringing? I also want some common stuff. So common 80s, 90s, childhood nostalgia. Do we do some GPT stuff? Can you give me a list of the most nostalgic toys, objects, items for kids that grew up in the 80s and 90s? See what it prompts. I'm looking for an overlap here of things that are meaningful to me, which I have the boat and the PC, with things that people will recognize. Rubik's Cube, no. Game Boy, I would say like an N64 maybe. I'd say an N64 would be mine. No. Super Soaker? Pogs? No. Legos? Maybe Legos. Slinky? Furby? Skip it? No. Light Bright? Light Bright was a good one. I don't know if that would show up very well. We'll make a Light Bright. No. Okay, that's not a very good list. Give some more. I would say like a VHS tape. Hot Wheels. That's a good one. Viewmaster's cool. Lincoln Logs. What the fuck is that? Etch a Sketch. I don't know which one. There was this game called Labyrinth that I was going to model later on. This is like mine. I don't know why I have this game. I'm going to make this in Blender for one of the projects because I don't know. I think about this thing all the time. I just remember getting it and like a buddy of mine, like we were trying to, like we would just try to freaking beat this thing. It was so, oh man, it's so nostalgic. I don't know how well it's going to look, but I'm going to put that, I'm just going to do something with that. Anyway. Give me some more ideas, maybe less toys and more recognizable items or symbols. Okay, see what else it gets. Walkman's a good one. Rollerblades is pretty good. Slap bracelets. These are good though. cassette tape rewinders. I remember that. VHS rewinding for you get charged. Sir, you returned your movie. You didn't rewind it. You can actually pay for the rewind fee in advance. We'll give you a deal. We'll rewind it for you in the store. We'll give you a little extra, we'll give you a little extra deal on that. But if you bring those movies back and they're not rewound, there is a problem. Just think about it. It's like there was a time where it was limited. It was like there was only like 10 copies of Mission Impossible. It's like you didn't get it on a Friday, you don't get the movie. It's like no Netflix. It's so crazy. Okay, let me think about my own stuff. So my own personal ones are like Niagara Falls, because that's where I grew up. Probably go-karts. Yeah, I gotta find all these. So we probably just need to get a list. Mini discs, no. Fanny packs, no. 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 Blockbuster, we're just talking about that. Spirograph. Atari. Oregon Trail. Magic Eye. Lunchables. Lunchables is a good one. I like Lunchables. Okay, so what do we got? We got Boat, PC, N64. I think Go-Kart is a good one. That's 4. I think VHS is definitely 1. And maybe I won't use my boat. Maybe I'll make this generic. Hot Wheels, I think, is enough. I think a Viewmaster is pretty well known. I don't think I'll save Labyrinth. I think a Walkman is good. Maybe roller skates. Maybe Lunchables. And either maybe Etch-a-Sketch or Light Bright. Maybe okay, let's or maybe we should do, if I want to do these for myself, but I also kind of want to do it so people recognize it. Okay, let's see. We're going to use Sketchfab again, and we're going to remesh stuff. So let's kind of see what we get. Let's just start to search for some of these things because they're pretty common. So N64. Surprised the console. It's not like obvious. Like that would be the first thing. I don't know how well these would work. Let's just bring this in and just take a peek. Okay. So first thing is we have to merge all this together. Okay, let's take a peek at it. So this is probably a good chance to sort of put this together. So we'll say, I like to, so we're just going to say that projector can have that. We can say camera, and then we'll say we know we're using the PC. Well, we're probably not going to use the boat. New collection, objects, and then we'll do, yeah, okay, so projector camera objects, cool. So we can just kind of turn these off for a second, and we can even just turn off the projector. Okay, so I feel like probably we will take this and get rid of the cords and get rid of, and just do one controller. That's my thought. So we want the N64. We want, I don't think we want the cables. They're going to be confusing. We want, I think we're going to have to get rid of, probably let's get rid of this. I should have got rid of these things. Delete, delete, delete. Delete. Okay, what else is in here? That's fine. That's fine. I think these cables are a problem. Oops. Okay, and then let's take a peek. This might be okay without a remesh. I feel like it's got, this needs to be remeshed. Let's just remesh the whole thing. Let's join it. Let's bring, so if we were looking at it straight on, we'll tilt it a bit. The object, I think the object can just be a little closer, but probably like that. Okay, so we'll take this object. Oh. Join. Okay. Okay. And then remember, this is the camera view. So what we want is, let's switch this to XYZ. We want to set it, well, first of all, we want to set the origin. We want to rotate it. Wait. Okay, hold on. Origin to geometry. Oh, why is it doing that? I want the origin point right there. Okay, so we can just do origin to 3D cursor. So we'll do origin to 3D cursor. And then what you can do is you can just select this and you can set like kind of the pivot. Yeah, you kind of set the pivot by putting it where you want. Like that. Okay, so let's test it out. So now camera here, we want kind of the starting point to probably be like this. I can't tell which way that's facing. There we go, like that. And then probably tilted like that. Perfect. And then what we want to do is set the rotation and location. So that's its center point, which is right on where the camera is. And if we turn on the projector, it's going to be here. And then we want to kind of set, probably the best way to do this is just to compare it to the other objects. So if we, I wonder why that's like that. Still the origin. Weird. I think that's fine. So again, the idea is just so it sort of lines up with the rest of the objects. So they're all kind of in the same general area. And then when we rotate them, you know, it kind of rotates in a way that makes sense. Although, why is that hollow? It's a little bit annoying. It's the way they modeled it, I guess. All right, well, we'll see how it looks. Okay. So now is the test. We can just bring this out. We can get rid of all this. And 64, we'll say 03 and 64 to be clear. Drop it in objects. We'll call this 01 boat, 02 PC. Off. Okay. So there's like here's our three kind of objects sitting here. So now we go to our geometry nodes and we make object 3 the 64. And, excuse me, we move all the way to 180. And the first thing we can do is add, let's make sure we did this right. Oh, we didn't. Sorry, from here, we didn't do something. I don't remember. I don't honestly remember if we want to go. I think if we go from 0 to 1 and turn that on. Why does that not want to animate? Okay, there's a new twist. Here's a new twist. It doesn't seem to want to work. Animating between these two. Like, why? Oh, probably because of that. Okay, it's working. So 90, 91. All right. So now let's go to 80 and let's make sure this is on, and then go to 181 and change this to a 1. And there it is. There's our N64. Now we have fixed the rotation because the rotation's got to be so the rotation of the N64 is going to be whatever the rotation of the PC is. 660 would be 600. So the N64 will be I think hopefully that's 0. And then by here, it should be 600 plus 360i. Right, so the N64 does a full rotation. Fingers crossed this is making sense, hopefully. Okay. And it should be, I think it just should be this. Get rid of that. Delete. No, 600. Oh, I think we just move it over 1. 600 by I don't know, 181 to 270. Should be 90. That's 90, right? Yeah. So it's at 600. Plus 360. I feel like it should go up by 4. Okay, I'll take a quick break. I'm going to figure that out, and then I'll come back and I'll just keep adding these objects. Okay, we're back. Yeah, it's just this. It was a stupid thing. It's just we can start the N64 on 960. Sorry, we'll just start. The N64 just needs to start here. So now, so 600. Oh boy. The Geo projector does not need a keyframe. Okay, I'm gonna probably screw this up so bad. I just can tell. Okay. N64 starts at 600. And goes to 960. Why? My brain cannot wrap its head around this. I don't know why it should be. I don't know why this Geo projector should not rotate. Okay. The PC goes 90. Four frames. 90 frames, it goes 300 to 660. 360 to 90 frames. And 64 goes 600 because the PC's at 660, so 60 less. 600, it should go to 960. It does. Over 90 frames. Why? Right. So dumb. This is going to be so hard not to screw this up. There we go. Linear. Okay. All right. PC is done. Hide, hide, hide. Okay. So at 180, if we go to the projector, the projector, oh, I screwed up again. My God. At 90, it's 0. At 91, it's 1. At 180, it's 0. At 181, it's 1. Okay. I think this makes sense. Okay, so we go boat, PC, should go to N64. What's wrong? Did I not just do this? I swear I'm losing my mind. 1, I. 64. Okay. Weird. So there it is. So it goes from boat, PC, N64. Okay. The N64 just needs to be, like, I think fixed up. I mean, it looks good from here, but when it goes to this, would you know what it is? Until the end. Maybe actually, hold on, let's see. Do you know what it is? Okay, well, let's take a peek at it. So this is what it looks like. So we can just try to remesh it, see what it looks like. Probably a bit better at 1,000. This is a bit odd. What is, oh, stupid. Okay, so let's remesh. What's our PC? So our PC is 8,000. Our boat is 27,000. Enter this. Okay, so let's aim for like 5,000. See what that looks like. That's nice and clean. Okay, so now let's try this. So we have to go in here and we got to replace this one with 03 N64 and oh fuck. Okay. This is gonna be so meticulous. Okay. So to do this right, we want to copy it. Okay, so we want to start here at 180. Okay, so where it's exactly like this. And then I think we want to do the retopo from here, which looks good. Now, can we copy from here to here? Oh no. I remembered the order to do this. Can we do anything with like the keyframes? Okay, well at least we have a rotation. So we can set, okay, this is minus 36, minus 36. So keyframe, oh no. This must be so painful to watch. Okay, at this point it's at 600. It's perfect right here. If we remesh it, camera's frozen. I'll fix that in a second. I just don't want to lose my track. So now it's at 120, which I don't know why. It really needs to be 600. It's just super annoying. Okay, this is... Man, this is going to be tough. I don't know how to do this. Because this is at 600. Which is what? 360 times... I can put it at 720. That's the same as 0? Okay. Fingers crossed. Okay, fingers crossed. Same, right? Okay. Okay, so 600. Perfect. Why is it rotated? God damn it. Okay, 600. Yeah, to 960. Get rid of this thing. Okay, let's try it. So it's rotating. It's just on a different axis, which is I think fine. So let's try to get rid of this now. Put this in. We gotta do this in the right order from now on. N64. Okay. And then get rid of this. And now go back to our keyframes. Change this to N64. And just freaking hope. Just hope. Boat, PC, N64. And I'd say that looks better. You can see the outline even from here. You can see the outline. You tell what it is. I like it. And just for while we're here, I'm just curious, like if I go to like 256, does this look better? Hard to say. Okay. I like it. So we got 3 done. And I think the effect's going to be super cool, right? Because it's, I mean, if when I render this out, it just switches, which is a hard switch, but when I go into resolve and I cut it and I realign it, it's going to have like a smoother transition, I think. And worst case, I can always render it out twice with, yeah. Okay, so let's keep going. This time we bring something in, we do the topology first, then we line it all up, then we do the animation. Okay, so we have, I think, a go-kart or a VHS tape. Let's go VHS, because I think that's more common. Because I think we're going to end up getting rid of the boat. Or maybe I'll keep that in. Yeah, because that transitions my thing. So boat, PC, and we should have done, we should have adjusted from N64, but that's fine. Okay, let's go grab something. So let's go search for VHS tape. And I think something like too small. I think this might work. Let's see what it looks like. And then easiest thing to do is just turn off the projector, take a look at our tape, and then best thing for us is just to remesh it right off the bat. Okay, so let's take a peek. So tape. Oh, I don't know what the proxy is. Oh, we don't want that. That's weird. So we just want this and this. Join. We don't want the proxy. So we just want this thing. And now let's see what it looks like. maybe too many. I don't know if like, I don't know if having too many will look bad or not. Either way, I think this is good. Okay. Goodbye. So now we only have 04 VHS, and now we have to do all of our steps. So let's do this right. First thing is location. So what we want is, we use the N64 as our example. We bring it down to the right size so it kind of fits in here. We can just set a rotation that kind of makes sense. Something like that. Because then as it spins, easy to see. And then we're going to set that as our rotation. So this is our starting point. And we might as well just set the scale so it doesn't cause any issues. Okay. Okay, now, first thing is let's go ahead and do this. So this is 1, 2, 3, this is 4. And we're going to set this to the VHS. And we're going to keyframe from here to here to here to here. So now it's going from this one. So we'll start here at 70. And we'll say this keyframe is 0. And then we'll go to 71. And we'll set this to 1. Boom. So first thing that should happen is if we turn off the tape and we turn on the projector, is at this frame, it's going to switch to the VHS. And I think it looks good. No issue with that to me. Okay, so now let's rotate it. So again, I think that maybe there's something I'm like a little bit overcomplicating, which is that I think that with the VHS and all this stuff really. So if I take the VHS, I think I just need to go back. Like, I really just think I just need to go back 60 frames. Because if I look at this one, it starts at 300, which is minus 360. I just think I just need to go to minus 60 to plus 360. Like, or 300 to 6, or 300 to 600, 300, 360, 300 to 660. I think 360. Hey Evans, I'm doing well, man. I'm we're doing well. 300 to 660. Okay, so let's do that. So 1, 2, 3. So at 270, the tape can be 300 I, and then at our next keyframe, which is 90 ahead, we can set it to 660 and hit I. And now it's going to do its rotation. There you go. Okay, so we're going from boat, PC, N64 to VHS. All right, we're flying. Okay, let's get our next one. How are you doing, Evans? What's going on, man? I think we go to the go-kart. See what we get. Oh, those are not very good. Go-kart. Okay, let's go to Hot Wheel. Oh, actually. Does it just take a second? Well, let's go to Hot Wheel anyway. People recognize that as Hot Wheels, do you think? I'd say yeah. I bring this one in because it's a pretty heavy model, and I'm just kind of curious what it looks like. So we can turn off the projector. Let's take a peek at this thing. Is it just massive? Why is this thing not showing up? This thing is 2 meters. This is 5. I don't know why the heck that's not showing up. Okay, there it is. Why is there 2? Oh, that's weird. Okay, let's see what this. Let's just jump out to this and see what this looks like with the remesh. If this doesn't work, then there's no point. I don't love it. I think we're gonna find something else. Goodbye, DeLorean. Let's try our go-kart again. I just think maybe it takes a second to go search. Nope. Maybe space. Nope. Try Hot Wheel. Would you recognize that as a Hot Wheel? Maybe. It's a big model. I don't have a high confidence with this. Oof. That's too complicated. No. Ooh. Do you recognize that as a Hot Wheel? Maybe. Okay, let's see what this one is like. I mean, this is still a pretty dense mesh, but we can play with this one and see. So we got tires, tire, and the device. So let's go join. We got one thing. Let's remesh it. Doesn't look bad. There's a lot of detail. Like, I would like to get rid of the seats. Well, let's see. Oh yeah, too many. Yeah. Like, 22,000. That's too many. I am kind of curious what this would look like, though. So let's try it just for fun. So we'll bring up our VHS, the camera. So this is going to go here, down, and turn off all this stuff. Yeah, and let's just go check this out. So, projector back on. This is the tape. So at this point, 360, this can be off. And then at 361, it can be on, which means whatever we put in here, uh-oh. Maybe a good time to save. I don't know why everything came back. Something was wrong there. A, B. Huh. That's interesting. Something went wrong. That should be 1, 1, 1, 1. Oh, maybe it's just because we don't have anything. Yeah, that's it. Oh, I think that's the right one. This one. Okay. I don't feel like this is going to work, but I'm just curious. No, too big. Okay. Get rid of this. Back here. Back to the drawing board. We need a low poly. That's huge. $40,000. Try a slightly different search. I'd like to get the loop, actually. The loop would be what I would probably really remember. I used to have this set. What were those called? Slot cars? I used to have, oh man, this nostalgia moment. I used to have a slot car set as a kid. Man, slot car was so much fun. We ended up buying one for my old startup office because we were so pumped about it. I'm just going to replace the battery. I don't think that's going to work. Hot Wheels is more well. Hot Wheels is definitely more well known. Try to get this. This one was too big. This one was too big. This is not bad. Let's try this one. This looks pretty good. Yeah, this might work. 13,000. Okay, so let's just select and see. I think the engine stuff we don't need. Lights is probably good. That's fine. That's fine. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Where is Is there engine in this? Oh, I guess there's not. Okay. So we're just trying to get everything. I think hopefully this is all of it. Join. Get rid of, put this in here. Alt P. Okay. Awesome. Bring it to 0. There it is. Origin to geometry. 0. Bring out the VHS. Looks good. Just rotate this around. Okay, so let's bring this start here. So if I rotate it, maybe less. That's pretty good. Okay. And then let's remesh it. What do we get? Still 60,000. Okay, no. Let's try again. 40,000. Damn. There's only 20,000 in this one. Maybe we could just use this as is. $30,000. Okay, let's see what this looks like without anything. So, 05, Hot Wheel, and then we're gonna go to the projector, and we're gonna say, yeah, okay, so at here, change this to Hot Wheel. No, Hot Wheel. And there it is. This one's a lot. There's a lot of, maybe we can simplify it. That helps a bit. $14,000. Okay, this is like 5,000, 12,000, 8,000. So under, like 10,000 seems to be a nice. Okay, so at 42%, that's not bad. Let's apply that. And then let's remesh it. 33,000 still. Quad remesher. Okay, let's try it. Let's try this. I don't know what I feel like the middle is going to be. I mean, there's no mesh in the middle anyway. Okay, let's try that. Projector. It's not bad. I think you get the shape. Okay, I think it's going to work. Okay, so we'll set it to default, and then we're going to apply rotation. Apply rotation. Come on. Apply rotation. All right, got it. Okay, so all we had to do for this one is go to 360, and we just need to set this. I just realized I might have screwed something up. 300. They have to kind of start in the same shape, and I'm getting a little bit reckless about how they start. So at 0, if I just turn this off, keep the projector. Yeah, at 0. So this one's okay, and then at 75, turn off the projector. So at 75, I guess it's probably okay. I feel like the PC, first of all, could just be a little bit, yeah, it's a little better. Okay, and then the N64. At here is fine. I think maybe they'll be okay. And then VHS. Yeah, the VHS is the one that I probably screwed up, because it really should be facing up and the other way. 360. What's a times 3 is 1080. I don't want to mess this up. No, it's okay. So if I go here and change this, if I just rotate this, no. Yeah, okay, hold on. Because these is not rotating. So if I just bring it like this, and like that kind of here, I think it's okay. So now it's at 360, it looks like that. And then it goes all the way around. Okay, I think we're good. I got to make sure all these are handle type linear. because they should go into, they should be in set to 4. Okay. So this one at 360 looks like, okay, we're good. All right. 5 is done. 5 more to go. 5 more to go. What else is on our list? What the heck is that? Viewmaster. I think the Viewmaster we can get. Hopefully someone's modeled a Viewmaster. Perfect. This one's great. A lot of faces, but we're going to see. Hopefully. We probably can get rid of these or one of these. This one's animated. The first thing we want to do. That's kind of cool though. But we don't want to animate it. As cool as that would be. So let's go. How do we remove all the animation? Okay, let's just go into everything. Delete all those. Okay. This one, I have no idea. I don't think multiple of these is a good idea, first of all. So I think all this can go. Okay. This looks good. Although we probably got to fix the topology. This looks good. That's that part. These parts are fine. This is just, I think, all the parts of this thing. Yeah. Okay, so let's start by, no, we don't want any animation. What are these things? Oh, this is like all the little parts. I don't think we want that in there. We just delete that whole. This is really well done. I wish I could do something. Maybe I'll find a use for this another time, but that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, man. I'd like to get that cage though. Yeah, I don't think this is helpful. Oh no, you need this part. Damn. This one might be too much. Okay, but we're going to try it. Let's start with this. This we need to get down to like 500. Close. Okay, that looks good. Wait, how much was that? 2,000. Okay, I can deal with that. I don't know what these things are. they need to go. Okay. This one looks good. I'm not sure about how this is going to go. Get rid of all this. So we want this and this. I think we can get rid of that. I think we can get rid of that. What is that? Like a viewfinder? Yeah. So let's say this and okay, let's get rid of that and that. I don't think these are needed. I think that's good. We get rid of that. Yeah, I think we can. This is good. We don't know if we need all this. I think that's probably good. I'd like to get rid of, I think we can get rid of, I think we can get rid of this, honestly. Just by getting rid of, like, keep that, and then, oops, invert. No. Delete vertices. Bring that back. Okay, there we go. This looks good. Goodbye, goodbye. Bye, goodbye. Okay, so we have this, 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 and this. Join Alt P. Cool, goodbye. Bye. Bye. Goodbye. Okay, so we should have two. Where's all this? We should be able to get rid of all that. Where's this? Get rid of that. Okay, so let's try to mesh this. That looks pretty good. Okay, so now we have two of these. I think these are going to be okay. So let's bring this like there. And we're going to tilt it. Okay, we're going to have to see. So let's bring these together. Join. And then there it is. There's the hot wheel. So we can bring this up like that. Or geometry. Oh, man. 0. Y. X. Right. So if it rotates like this, we just want, I think, I think we'd want that a little lower. And I think we'd want this thing rotated. As like a default position. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, so 06 ViewMaster. 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 06 Vi We don't need that. 13,000 looks good. We can set the rotation. Location is good. We can set the scale and then drop it in here. We close this. We can close this, and then we can go to this guy and change this to the ViewMaster. And then we can go to, I think the next, we can turn on the projector. And then I think we can go, so that's the car. So now we go to this one right here. And I think we go here and we change this to I. And we go one more. We change this to 1. There's our ViewMaster. And then on the ViewMaster, we go back to 450. And we go to the ViewMaster and we change its rotation to 300 I. Go to the next one, 540. Change this to 660 I. Change the linear. Okay, so now that should rotate. And that's what it looks like. Okay, so it's a little bit off, which is fine. We can fix it. So when it goes here, it's just, I think, a little bit big. It's really the only issue. So it's easy to fix. Bring it down. So now it's rotating. Perfect. Okay. So now we've got it going. Turn this off. So if you look on the left, it takes a second to come in, but we got boat, PC, or sorry, boat, that's the PC. What is this one? That's a PC. Nintendo. It's cool how it animates in, but the way that it should work is there should be all at this quality when it renders, and then we're just going to transition between them. And then this is the Hot Wheel. And then this is our ViewMaster. And now we're on to number 7. Okay, quick break, and I'll be back, and we'll finish. We got 7, 8, 9, 10, 4 more to go, and then I'm going to sleep. Okay, we're back. Okay, so we're moving along. Next up is a Walkman, which I'm sure we'll find a good Walkman. I like this. I like this a lot. By the way, I'm not mentioning it, but I'm looking for attribution for all these, and I'll put them in the. I like to put them in the NFT, even though I'm not like using the real model. It'd still be cool to attribute everyone. Okay, so let's take a peek at the Walkman. Okay, I feel like this should be okay for remeshing. Let's take a peek at what's inside. So we've got buttons somewhere. Not much to it. That's weird. Okay, that's the top. That's the headphones. I don't know what the hell. Light. Okay, we don't need those. I don't think they'll matter. Walkman. Slider. In the window. Okay, so I think all of this is useful. So we'll just grab it all, join it. And then we will remesh it. See what we get. There we go. It just fills in, like it just fills in all the gaps, you know, which is, man, it's really nice. Topology, clean topology is so beautiful. It like is just like it's just pretty to look at, and this quad remesher is like it's unbelievable. Okay, so first thing is we do origin to geometry. Go back to our view, bring up. Well, we can delete all this, and then we'll change this to 07 underscore Walkman. We will bring in the ViewMaster for perspective. Bring the scale up. This is probably pretty good. Rotate it. Looks all right. We're going to bring the rotation of this slightly down, I think. We've been going down. And then dead center. And then if we rotate it, it'll rotate like that. There's good separation there. Separation there. Okay, it looks good. And I think it should be, yeah, that on. Okay, cool. So, actually, yeah, that's good. Okay, so we want to apply the rotation. Oh. Yeah, I think it's okay. So apply the rotation, apply the scale, and then we can bring this in here, turn these all off. Okay, and now we're on this one. So we can change this to the Walkman, go over here, and we're going to go. So just so we get this right, we turn the projector on, and we're here. So I think this one's the Walkman. ViewMaster, perfect. So we're going to go to this keyframe. At this keyframe, we're going to hit the factor, go 1 over, change this to 1, keyframe it in. Now we got a Walkman. That one looks sweet. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, now we go to the Walkman, turn it on for a second. We go to its rotation. We go 540. We're going to set its rotation to 300. Hit I. Go to the next keyframe. Set it to 660. I change the rotation to linear. I don't know if we have to do it both, but let's check. And now it should go up by 4s. Turn this off. And now our Walkman should switch to that there. And then the Walkman should rotate, and that's how it's going to look. Man, I love that effect, how it comes in. It looks really awesome. I mean, that's just the sampling. I don't know if there's a way to like animate that, but you can keyframe that, oddly enough. So like this is a one sample. It's kind of interesting. It would be an interesting little experiment. I don't know how that would work, but like if you keyframe this for just for fun from 540i all the way up to the end, and you put it at like say 128, I don't know what this would do. That'd be really interesting. Huh. That's really intriguing. So you could kind of blend it, and then it would start. And then it would go all the way up. That'd be kind of cool. Not gonna lie. Okay, well, maybe we'll try that at the end. Okay, so let's keep going. So turn off our projector, go to 630, and let's go find our next one, which is, what is it? Rower something. Oh, rollerblades. Okay, so here's the options I've got. So I think I'm going to do all old toys. This is the way it's going. Okay, so we're not going to do my home stuff. So we either can do go-kart, a light bright, Etch-a-Sketch, rollerblades, or Lunchables. Okay, let's go back here. What are the most popular or nostalgic 80s and 90s toys? Common items. See if there's anything else that gets. I think like it's good. I think I'm just looking for anything 80s, 90s. I was originally gonna do my own personal stuff. A lot of these are. I'm also wondering if I should do some ones that I didn't love, but are more. I don't want to say feminine driven, but at the time I grew up, they were more girls' toys. Don't cancel me. Okay, so options are Rubik's Cube would be cool, but that's pretty. Cabbage Patch Kids might be hard to tell. Transformers would be cool. My Little Pony would be interesting. Tamagotchi. I don't know if that would be. I mean, maybe it'd be okay to have some that are a little bit harder to recognize. So what we're going to do is we're going to look in Blender again and just look for stuff that. Let's just see if we can find good models of anything that was on that list. So let's try Tamagotchi. I don't know if that's spelled right. Tamagotchi. No, it's not. Let's try this. I don't feel like this is going to work, but It's actually a lot. Ooh. God, this brings back memories. I got to try this. Oh, good topology already. 18,000. Let's just roll with it and see what happens. This one's pretty good. Shout out David Holobeck for a really good model. I mean, I'm biased towards, this is, I can't tell if this is quads or tris. It's tris, but yeah, I'm really biased towards, actually, let's just do it because we'll keep it consistent. Might have messed it up a bit. Try one more time. Let's see what it looks like. I'm really biased towards you can turn quads. See, the thing is, like a quad, you can just cut into a tri, but tris into quads is not easy. That's why quads are good for modeling, and then you can bring them into whatever. That's why it's like so easy to bring stuff into Unreal Engine. Okay, let's try this one. So we're going to do rotation to this. We're going to scale it down a bit. Change the origin. Probably... Can we let's change the origin. Let's put the origin point like there, I think. Oops. What did I just do? Let's try that. So rotating it will be like this. Pretty good. Maybe down a bit. It's just that when that thing comes around, that ring is too. This is not bad. Okay, let's try this. I think this one's gonna be pretty good. So set rotation. We'll set the origin of 3D cursor here. Just rotate it. Looks good. We'll set our scale, and then we'll call this one 08 Tamagotchi. We'll go turn. Okay, so we're gonna turn this off, turn on the projector. I think we're at 630. So this is the Tamagotchi. And then, yeah, so this is the Walkman. And then 630, we can first set a keyframe here, then go 631, change this to 1, hit a keyframe. Now it changes the Tamagotchi. Looks pretty freaking sick. It looks pretty sick. We're keeping that. Okay, Tamagotchi looks good. And now we just need to go back to 630, set the rotation to 300, hit I, and then, okay, no. I got to be really careful with that. Really careful not to set the rotation of this projector. It's going to screw it up. Okay, Tamagotchi. Set the rotation to 300. Hit I. You know, I think I messed something up. And I think that's going to be annoying. But, okay, so the actual rotation should be straight on when this is, no, when this is set. We might have to fix a couple of these. Oh, damn. It's only something. Okay, so this rotation is 0 because at this point it should be straight on and it should look, yeah. So it should be literally straight on, but the other rotations can be fine. But this should look like it's basically straight on. And then this can be rotation. And then we go to 300, which turns it this way. Then we hit I. Then we go to the next keyframe, which so glad I set these up. And then this is 660, which is 360 more. I. And now we turn off this. And now she looks good. I like this one. This one really highlights the way that this projector works. Which I just noticed something. I don't know why. This should really be down like this. We're going to have to double check these ones. So let's just go through them really quick. So the boat. Okay, so there, maybe it's just a size thing, so that should be there. Looks good. Looks good. This one's just like maybe a little bit big. That's all. And maybe just needs to be up a little bit. The good thing is we can kind of fix that stuff after, as long as we don't we don't need to keyframe any of these. We just need okay. So they're fine. I'll just have to double check the rotation at the end, but I think that let's keep going. Okay. Next one. And it has a keyframe. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, here we go. This one looks awesome. I'm happy with this one. All right, so what do we got? I think let's go to either, I don't know about the rollerblades. I also don't think the go-kart makes sense. It's not a toy. Hue Master is a good toy. I want to try either a Light Bright or an Etch-a-Sketch and see if there's any good of those that are noticeable. So let's try, I think Light Bright was like that. Was that on the list? It wasn't. Maybe I was the only person to play with that toy. No Light Bright. Maybe it was Light Bright. People remember that, right? Okay, let's try Etch a Sketch. I feel like that's more likely. Yeah, okay, this is easy. This definitely jumps off the page. Not a lot of faces on that one. Let's try it and just see what if it works with the remesher. It's whatever it is. It's massive. Hey, I'm no one to talk about this stuff, but it's a massive model. All right, let's see what this beautiful plugin does. Whoa, this has a lot of vertices. Oh, that's because of the projector. Okay. So far, this is holding up, by the way. Let me see what the delay is. 140. It's going to be under half a second, which I think is okay. Okay, so Etch-a-Sketch. Let's remesh this. Ooh, I might have to maybe just fix this up. Because I really like this one. Man, I don't know. Okay, let me see. I think if I can do this in 5 minutes. First thing is, I think we can get rid of this. And then I think we can take the perimeter of this and we can extrude it down. Yeah, and then I think just fill it. I think that the quad remesher should do the rest. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Definitely looks like an Etch-a-Sketch, right? Now, were they at the bottom? Etch-a-Sketch. Pretty sure they're at the bottom. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. Okay, so this one looks good. I think Etcher-Sketcher. Oh. Yeah, let's go with let's just try a little bit more and see if we can get a little bit denser mesh. Yeah, I think this is going to look a little better. Okay, cool. So back to our thing now. Let's do this the right way. So first of all, we delete this one. 09 etch sketch. And then we're going to bring this down. Okay. Rotate it on the X. Rotate it on the Y. And then it should be straight on. But what we want to do is we want to see what it looks like. I think up looks better. So when it's rotated like that, yeah, that looks good. Okay, so and when it rotates around, it's going to look like this. That's a good angle. Okay, so now we just want to rotate it. It's hard to see it. I think it's already, yeah, it's already, I think, pretty solid. Okay, so it's facing us. Perfect. Okay, so now we apply rotation here, scale here, and now we can hide it. And now we can turn on the projector. We can go back into our little crazy tree, and we should see an opening. It's going to be here. Change this to Etch-a-Sketch. Now again, we go from this one, which is the Tamagotchi, and then, sorry, that's that. Okay, so then at 720, this is free, so we can hit I. 721, we can hit 1, I, and now we have an Etch-a-Sketch. I like it. Okay. Now, we go turn on the Etch-a-Sketch. We go back to 720. We change our rotation on the Etch-a-Sketch to 300. Hit I. Go to the next keyframe. It's 810. Change this to 660. Hit I. Okay. In business. And now we turn this off, and now the Etch-a-Sketch, we should change the Etch-a-Sketch needs to be linear, and now it should go by 4s, it does. And now take a peek at the Etch-a-Sketch, it spins around, comes into play like that. By the way, a couple things before we go. It's late here, but I'm going to get this one done tonight. Well, I'm going to render it. We can adjust. Like, I'm not sure this is going to be the color pattern. It'd be super cool to like match. No, I was going to say match the emission color, but no. But I think we just pick. What did I do for the last one? I think we'll just pick a color like this, neutral kind of color. Okay. One little thing, which I think we're going to kind of fix up all the way, is I feel like they probably all should end up being like this. Maybe centered. I don't know. Maybe just north of center. We'll fix them up. Okay. So we're going to replace Tamagotchi, Walkman, Viewmaster, Hot Wheel, VHS, N64, PC. We're gonna replace the boat. So we have Rubik's Cube, My Little Pony, Transformers. Okay, let's look for like a list. Most popular toys in 80s, 90s. Make sure I don't miss something. Okay, let me make a new list so I can see what's left. Transformers. Oh, I hate this shit. Okay. No. Too distinctive. No. Game Boy, I already have stuff. Never had that. But we can go Barbie. Power Rangers, no. Pogs, no. No. Yes, we already got. Furby is a good one. Bratz, no. Okay, this is a bad list. Let's go 55 nostalgic toys. It's so funny, like, like just for fun, right? Make me images of all 20. Watch this. It's going to tell me no, but, well, let's see. If it does this, I'd be blown away. My mind would be blown if it did this. This would have been a fun experiment with 3D models, like to see, could we convert them, but it's just hard to get. Okay, Easy Bake Oven is a fun one. We may end up replacing the PC too, because this kind of took on a life its own. Water Wiggler. No. The Clacker. No. No. What the fuck is that? Glowworm. No. Pogs are, but they're just too. I mean, maybe a stack of Pogs would be recognizable. Game Boy, maybe instead of the PC. Although we have an N64, which I feel like was more. GAC, yeah. Tamagotchi we got. Mousetrap. A little too complicated. Yeah, I remember this game. Sky Dancers. Dear Diary. Guess Who. McDonald's toys. Pajamas. Magic Cooper. Pochi, I remember that. Poochie, Robot Dog. Popples, no. Etch-a-Sketch we got. Hit Clips. I don't remember that. Viewmaster we got. Nailed that one. Koosh Ball, I remember those. Silly Putty would be kind of fun. Bubble necklaces. Puppy. Talk Boy. No, we got a Walkman. Operation, yeah. Mega Stars. Snap bracelets are a good one too. Skip It. I remember Skip It. Full House. Rubber Poppers. I remember that. Barbie cassette tape. Teddy Ruxpin. Stick-on earrings. Doctor Set. Total Hair Barbie. Yo-Yo. I also think the Rubik's Cube is a good candidate. But it's just they never went out of style. These things are like you forgot about a Moon Shoes. I remember that. Dream Phone. Bop It. Barbie. This is amazing, but there's a couple that I want to turn into simulations. This one is definitely up there. So I had Ring Toss, and I have the Labyrinth. Those I want to do as physics simulations later, so we're not going to do that one. Girl Talk, Pin Art. Yeah, this thing was cool. I like that thing. Damn, that would actually look kind of cool. I have so many now. I just want to keep doing more. Beanie Babies, yeah, Creepy Crawlers. This was cool. You bake these little things. These are roller skates. These would be cool if I could find those exact skates, because I remember those first roller skates. Like everyone got those. Blossom Dolls, Shira, Trolls. Trolls is pretty cool. Trolls is a good one too. I wish I could put this to a survey. Okay, let's see if there's any good comments. Oh yeah, My Little Pony. I feel like My Little Pony's got to be up there. I think My Little Pony is like hits a box for me in terms of like this toys I wouldn't have played with, but they obviously have a lot of nostalgia to people, so I want to include it. My Little Pony. I mean, the cool thing is if I want to do more, I can just... This is not how I remember it at all. I remember like a long hair pony. This looks like a unicorn. It's not what My Little Pony looked like. Well, that sucks. Okay, let's try Barbie. Got to be like 1,000 Barbies. Would it be? I mean, it would be recognizable. Like this would be recognizable. That's a big one. I don't think that's gonna work. Barbie horse. That looks like My Little Pony. Evil Barbie. These are, I gotta admit, these are not great. You need like just the iconic, like... Damn. I don't think there's a good Barbie. Transformer. I don't know. I kind of want to do like something different than Transformer. I love Transformers. It's just too obvious though. What about a Furby? I like the idea of a Furby if we get a good one. I almost feel like what we want is the toys that you forgot about. Not that people like Furby was pretty popular, but you never forget about Transformers. But you could definitely forget about a Furby. This might be pretty good. The nice thing is like you don't have to worry about the textures and all about that. This is the first Furby. Okay. Let's find out what the first Furby looked like. Okay, so it's a lot of mesh. Has it got some animations? Oh, it's rigged. Okay, we don't want... Okay, so we don't want the armature. Oops. You can get rid of all that, I think. And what is all this object? We don't need that. So like the inner, oh, it is. Okay, we do need that. Ear. Yeah, I think we do need all this stuff. Okay, so let's try everything. I don't think we need any of this. Okay, let's see what happens if we just join. I feel like it's just going to maybe be too dense, but we'll try it. It's probably pretty good as it is, though. Let's try 1,000. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, I'm liking this one. Number 10, Furby. Okay. Smaller. Looks good. It needs to be up or down? Up, because it would keeps the... Yeah, this looks good. Okay, so let's go with that. And then we can bring it back here. Apply rotation, apply location, apply scale. We could just done all transforms. Okay, so the Furby is good. Let's shut it down. Open up the projector. We're down to, it should be the last one. Yep. Okay, let's change this to Furby. Let's change the factor. So this should go, yeah, everything is lining up. 810, I, 811, 1. Oh, look at that. I like it. Okay, and then we can go to the Furby, and at 810, it's going to be 300. I, and at 900, it's going to be 660 I. Turn it off, see how it looks. The only thing is a little weird about this is these I guess they're battery. The only thing that's a little odd. Let's go just take a peek at it. It's like this. It's the fact that there's so many. So is that like meant to be the positive and negative? I don't think we need any of that. Hopefully. Oh, damn. It's just this unfortunate. It shouldn't take that long. Unfortunately, I have to do this a couple times. Oh man. Da, 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 da. Come on. Do, 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 do. One more. I think that's it. I think that's it. Delete. Okay, I have to go see what the, okay, so delete vertices. I guess we missed this. Delete vertices. I think this is probably, yeah, this is fine. Because these ones are the positive, which looks fine, and the negative is really, oh man. You know what? Fuck it. Let's leave it. It doesn't look that bad. Like, you know, you see that, you're like, well, what is it? Well, you figure out pretty quickly. You can kind of understand its batteries. Okay, so we have our 10, but we're going to go back now. And we're going to check them first of all. Or we're going to replace one and probably two. So first of all, on this one, make sure it's linear. Get rid of this. I love it. Okay. All right, what do we got left? Okay, so we either can do... I don't think Silly Putty makes sense. I think Snap Bracelets is interesting. Game Boy, we kind of have N64. So we either have Rubik's Cube, Easy Bake Oven, Pogs. We did Barbie Transformer. Oh, let's go try the Easy Bake Oven. And good time to save. Okay. I just don't know if it'll just kind of look like a regular. I mean, it's just going to come down to which ones have good models, if even they do, which they very much might not. I'm not going to go outside of here to get these. Yeah, it's not going to work. Okay, so what else was on the list? Pogs. Again, this comes down to whether these Pogs would actually... This was a big one. Like, you kind of forget Pogs, but this was huge. It was a little older. Rubik's Cube might work. These Pogs don't look good. Is that a weird thing? It's kind of a weird thing to model. Okay, so let's cross that off. Let's try the Rubik's Cube. I mean, that's going to be an obvious one. We'll save that one to the end. Snap Bracelet. I don't think we're going to find this. I would be shocked. Yeah, we're not. Okay, so we can definitely do... I mean, we could do a Game Boy instead of N64. I wouldn't want to do it together. So we could do Game Boy, then something else, then N64. The roller skate. Again, it doesn't make sense if it's not, no, if it's not the original. Like, I wouldn't want to do like that. It'd have to be. I think the Rubik's Cube. Maybe we go Game Boy, Rubik's Cube, N64, VHS, Hot Wheel, Viewmaster, Walkman. It's a pretty good list. I'm not seeing anything else on here. No. Okay, I think that's what we're going to do. So we're going to go Rubik's Cube. Game Boy's pretty iconic. It would be hard to miss that one. It'd be cool if we had one that was like that. Yeah, this one's good. Let's grab this one. Shout out Toby Porter. I think this is going to work. This might be a little weird with the geometry. We can see how this... Oh, this is the colors. This might be a little bit of a weird one. No, actually that should work. Oh, it looks like, man, it's topology, guys. Topology, I'm telling you. Although this did a little bit of a crappy job in some spots, but this one's a lot of polygons, so. Okay, so we just go back, try it again. Sometimes bringing this down. Still 3,000. $56. $22. This might be tough. $18 looks okay. Let's try one more. $17. Okay, so like 32 seems to be. I feel like this would be by far the most, though. No, let's go down one more. Let's go. Let's see what happens if we do like 7,500 and let it. $40. $24. That's 56. Is this the original? Maybe the original is not bad. 40. What did I say the number? Let's give this a try. 2,500. All right. So let's get rid of this. So this is going to be 01 Rubik's Cube. So we're going to have to kind of do some, we'll see how this actually works. Okay, so first thing is camera, scale, origin to geometry, bring it to 0. Probably scale this one up. Looks good. Does it look better down? Better down or up? I think up. Okay, so that looks good, and then we'll bring it straight on. Actually, there we go. Rotation, scale, and then, all right. So for this one, it's is the start, which I think it's definitely a good start. So let's go replace the boat here with the Rubik's Cube. And then we don't have to change the factor, but the boat is going from here. So we'll just change this. Wait, is the boat? Yeah, so this just rotate. And then at here, it should be 360. I change the linear, and now it should go perfect. Cool. So close this, turn on the projector, and it should be a Rubik's Cube. I love it. Perfect. Okay. This is a little heavy, but it's all right. So Rubik's Cube, PC, which is going to be a Game Boy. Oh, we meant to do the Game Boy first. Okay, let's fix this. So this is two Rubik's Cube, just to split it up. Okay, so Rubik's Cube is 2. So all we have to do is change. We're going to change this one. It's going to be the Game Boy. So this is Rubik's Cube. And then it's going to actually go so we can clear keyframes. And then we'll go from here. Okay, so last is the Game Boy. And again, cool part with this, and we'll clear it out after, is like this is 32 megs because of the texture, right? Because like if you look at the topology of it, it's actually not very much. So this one, let's see. We're probably going to need everything. So let's just grab all the stuff. Do we want the cartridge out? No, we'll keep it in. So just join it all, and then get rid of these, and then we can just put this back to default and remesh it. Oh, it looks so much better. So it's 8,000. I think we can try to go a little bit bigger. That looks good. Okay. So P, close, Game Boy. happened? How'd that happen? Okay, so goodbye. So this is going to be 01 Game Boy. And we go back to camera. Bring it way down. Zeros. Probably here. All right, so this one, I'm going to say probably up. And then at there, probably right like that. Looks good. All right, so bring it back to 0. Apply rotation, apply scale. Cool. Set this back to 0. And we just need to hit the rotation, bring it to 90, change it to 360. Okay, and I realize I probably messed something up already. Okay, that's all right. Let's just, there we go. Close. But we'll go clean this all up. I knew I was going to make a mistake along the way. Okay, so projector. So 2, instead of being, okay, Rubik's Cube is right. This needs to be the Game Boy. Okay. So let's just check the objects. So we got to do a few things here left. Okay, so let me just write this down. So number 1 is we got to check locations. Okay, then we have to check on, off, check rotations, and then adjust cam and adjust shader. All right, so let's go through them. So this is the camera. I think first of all, the empty should probably be, like, I don't think we want it off screen. Do we? I don't know. Okay, so this is what it's going to look like. Empty could be up here. I think we do want it off screen. Maybe like that. I don't know. So option is like up like this where you can see the pinpoint. I definitely think it looks better like underneath. Okay. And then if we look at the objects, they have to kind of stay in the same general area. So this, I think this one is pretty good. Okay, so let's get rid of the PC. And let's get rid of the boat. So if I look at the Rubik's Cube, Probably like that. It's probably pretty good. The Game Boy needs to be a bit bigger. And it needs to be up a little bit. All right, so when you go between them, they don't feel like they're a big difference. Maybe the Rubik's Cube comes down a little bit. Okay. So then all of a sudden, boom, it switches to the Game Boy or to the N64, and right away you can tell that it's too small. And we can bring it up. So now kind of flip this around. Got to be careful with the edges. Maybe a little smaller. I think that's pretty good. Okay, then again, VHS is a little small. Bring it up a bit. Switch between these two. Pretty good. This is the Hot Wheel. Maybe a tiny bit small, but not a lot. Up a bit. Feels maybe like it drops just a tiny bit. Looks good. Just imagine if they're animating that they all feel like they're kind of close together. Okay. Boom. Now what is this one? This is the ViewMaster. I really wish this had more geometry. In terms of size, though, just maybe up a bit. Oops. Okay. So for the ViewMaster, I kind of screwed up. Let's just try it. Way better. Did it keep all the stuff? No. That's what's annoying. Okay. 06 remaster. Old. 06. Okay, let's go take a peek. So, projector. So this one starts at 451. So first thing is, this is number 6, so it should be here. So we change it to this one. That's better. And then it needs to rotate. So the old is at 304. I don't know if, but this is the same, right? I think we're just going to do this and then bring it to here. And then just go plus 360 and do it. I think that's the way to do it for now, because we might have to change these anyway. Yeah, the ViewMaster looks better with a bit more mesh to it. Okay. Goodbye, ViewMaster old. All right, then we have the Walkman. I think the Walkman's looking pretty good. Again, these all kind of look pretty lined up. The Walkman looks good. And then this is the Tamagotchi. I think that one looks pretty good. Etch-a-Sketch, maybe a bit bigger. I feel like this is another one that could use a bit of more geometry. So, yeah. Okay, let's see if we can do this the right way. So if we bring this, so that's at 300. I don't know if it's worth it. Okay, yeah, it's not worth it. All right, and then the last one is the Furby. And how's that look? Maybe a bit big. I would say a little bit big. Kind of compare them. Yeah, that looks solid. Okay. So we're good with the location. We're good with the on-off. Okay, so here's the rotation. Let me think through how I did this. So we'll turn them all off. So you start out and then you go 90 frames and the Game Boy will have gone from 1 to 360. But at 360, it's here. And it needs to be, I think, straight on. Oh, sorry. Okay, Game Boy starts straight on. And then it goes to 360. And now it flips to this one. And at here, it starts here. Which means as this ends, this starts further back, which is good. Now this one goes here. This is not rotating. That's a problem. So this Rubik's Cube should start at 300 and go to 660. Okay. Then this one, I think this is where I messed up. I think, okay. So let's go to 81. So this one at 0, is it straight on? Yes, I would say it is. Okay. So at 1, it's 600. which is right because it should have gone to 6. So it should have went from 0. So 330 plus 360. Okay. Game Boy goes to 360. Rubik's Cube goes back 60 and then goes to 660. So, okay, so this, the Game Boy, this should actually be 600. So let's just do it. So at 80, the N64, okay, so it should be 600, it is, and it should go to 960. And it does. Okay. The VHS should be 900i, and it should go to 900 plus 360. Okay. The question is the VHS at 0 straight on? I would say it is. Okay. Cool. So we're at 1260. So now we should be to go to 1200. So then the Hot Wheel, which is coming in here. Hot Wheel. Where does the Hot Wheel come in? Okay, so the Hot Wheel, which comes in here, should be, what I say, 900? 1260. Okay, so this should be 1200i, and then go to the next thing, and it should go 1200 plus 360, and then I. Okay. So now we're at 1560. So let's go to the next one. The Viewmaster should be at 1500i, and then by here it should be at 1500 plus 360i. That's, wait, oh shoot. Fuck. Okay. That's how quickly I can get this messed up. So again, this is the Viewmaster. It goes to 1500. The Hot Wheel, okay, so this is wrong. So this is okay, the Hot Wheel goes to 1500. The VHS goes to 1260. The Hot Wheel goes to 1560. The Viewmaster should start at 1500 over here. Well, it should be 1500. It should be 1500 here. 1500i, and then it should go 1500 plus 360i. Okay, 1860. Okay, the Walkman should start here at 1800i, and then it should go here to 1800 plus 360. Okay, so we're at 2160. Now the Tamagotchi should be 2100 I, and then go to 20, and should be 2100 plus 360, 2460. So it should be at 2400. Extra sketch 2400 I. $810, 2400 plus 360 I. Okay. The Furby should be 2700 I. And to the end, 2700 plus 360 I. Okay. So I think these should be okay. Let's bring them all. Let's turn off the projector. Let's bring all these in. Game Boy. So here's all they should be doing is rotating. So anything looks off should be Rubik's Cube. I don't know what the N64 deal is. It's kind of cool. So it starts out Game Boy, Rubik's Cube, N64, VHS, the VHS is wrong. Game Boy goes to 360. Rubik's Cube goes 300. Here, let's just first of all do this. Linear. Okay. Game Boy 0, 360. Rubik's Cube 300 to 660. And 64 600 Oh, okay. I see the problem. Okay. N64, 600 to 960. VHS. VHS should be 900 I to 1260. Perfect. Hot Wheels, 1200. 1560. Viewmaster, 1500. $1,500 plus 360 I. Uh-oh. 1,500 I. Okay, this is fine. Walkman, 1,800. 2160. Tamagotchi. Tamagotchi, 2100, 2460, 2400, 2760, 2700, 3660. So I think we're good. Okay, I think that's all good. So everything's rotating right. I don't know if 100% these were all lined up. Okay, we can just double check. So, all right, last check. So Game Boy, and we just have to just randomly say at 0. Oh. I don't know why that's not switching. Okay. Game Boy at 0 is straight on. Perfect. Rubik's Cube at 0, straight on. Perfect. And 64 at 0, straight on. VHS at 0, straight on. Hot Wheels, 0, not straight on. Okay, so this one is messed up. Oh, no. Okay. Hot Wheel, 0, not straight on. Okay, so this one we got to fix. So the way to fix this is at 1200, how do we fix this? Oh, I know how. We can just do find a number, a multiple of 360. 720, 1440. So at 1440, it should be straight on. It's not. So we can go into edit mode. Here, this is a good time to save it again. Go into edit mode, because the edit mode is not going to affect, it's going to affect the origin. So if we go here and just put it face on, there we go. So now at 440, it's straight on, and whatever that is accurate. Okay. Viewmaster. So you just go to 0, and it's not. Okay, same thing. Undo. Find another 2880. No, it never hits that. So 720, 1440, and then, 1440 plus 360, 1800. Okay, hits 1800. Oh, this one is, seems like it's off too. Something's off about this. Okay. There we go. Okay, so 1500 is good. And then get to 1800. I don't know what's going on. There we go. Okay, at 1800, rotate that. Okay, so this one looks good. Okay, and then the Walkman should be here. Walkman's at 1800, and we know that should be straight on, so that's fine. And that one's good, 2160. Tamagotchi is plus 360. At 2160, it should be straight on, and it is. So we're good with this one. Okay, Etch-a-Sketch. Etch-a-Sketch should be at 2520. Perfect. Good. And then last one is the Furby, and that should be at 360, 2880. It's straight on. Okay. I don't know. Okay, so that's done. Okay, so now it's just about framing this thing. So we can turn these all off, turn the projector on, and now it's just about, is this the right? I think it is. It's centered. It's not complicated. I don't want any extra lighting. I think it makes sense. Okay, last thing. On the projector, we just want to double check. I feel like this is good. Do we want the color? Is this the color we want? Or do we want to do, some type of like a light? I definitely think we want blue. So the question is, do we want like a slightly different color? I don't think we do. I think we want the same color for the beams and the pixels, but is this the right color? Maybe more like that. Let's try this. Is that better? Can always desaturate. It's like that. I think it's there. Whatever that is. Shader. Okay, let's double check this. So this pixels is just 5 at this. Beams are something's wrong. Okay. Pixels. Where's our beams? Okay, there we go. Okay. Pixels is 5 in this. Beams is that. Okay. Is this the right color? I think this is good. So let's go here. And then the emission. Why do these look different? Okay. Beams 5. Beams 0. Beams 1. Beams 50. Beams 15. Why do these colors look different? It's just something seems wrong. I think the beam's emission has to be high to get that. Yeah, like if I change that, it just something doesn't work. 0.025 just seems to be right. And if I go down in emission, it doesn't get better. If I go up, maybe it gets a bit better. 20. Okay. And then the pixels, if I go to 5, it doesn't get better. If I go to 50, it gets like a little bit better, but I don't think that much better. 25 maybe. Okay, 15, the same. 20. And just for fun, let's just put the same shader. Copy. Pixels. So it's going to basically be the same thing. No. 0.1. Not bad. 0.5. 0.25. I think it's going to be the same. I don't think it's going to matter. I think the brightness looks good there. And remember, they're going to animate. Okay. So now let's go look at the... Now, do we want to do that fading? I just think it's so risky. Because if we fade it, if we fade it at each step, it's so risky. All right, I don't think we should do it. All right, so save. Okay, let's go 64, 64. So this is one thing we need to look at. Is these things. So threshold. I don't know why that's not working. Do we need to change our values? It's interesting. Okay, we definitely don't want that. It's got a little bit of it. So you can see the difference. Radius, definitely lower. What is the default of that? Oh yeah, that's good. Intensity. No. Okay, I think this is good. I just think that maybe this could come down. Yeah, like that. Okay, so there it is. There's got a bit of, still got the bit of the bloom. Some of these don't, though. That's the only thing that sucks. Okay, so then let's fix that. Let's go 75 until we get threshold's already low. What does it take to get it on like that one? Okay, so like that's that. The amount of pixels definitely makes a difference. Oh, it's so bright. We think we have to adjust each one individually. Like that's crazy. It definitely looks good with the. It's probably too intense. That feels good. It's gonna be different for every angle too. I wonder if I can add the subdivision. Try that. Okay, that's fine. This one's good. This is good. Definitely. We could maybe even decimate this one. 10,000. No, not this one. Rubik's Cube. 13,000. Okay, so we can definitely fix that. Okay, I think that one's good. Good. Okay, so let's try the VHS. So this needs, there it is. Beautiful. Same. These are like all good. This one needs it. This looks good. This one's good. So I think they're all fine now. I just need to maybe drop it a bit. This one's probably a little too much. So 6,000. Go up to, yeah, that looks good. Maybe even a little higher. Okay, looks good. Okay, so now if I go back to the material of the projector, I'd say we can drop this down 100. Do they all get the good glow? That's pretty good. Maybe even 50. Let's just try this. This could maybe use, no. Okay, so Game Boy is a little under. This is a little under. A little under. It's over. It's good. I don't even know which way I would go. I think we're pretty close. 50. Let's go 75 to be safe. I think the beams are totally good. All right, I feel pretty good about this. Hopefully my animation idea works. Worst case, I have to just do another one. So save, and I don't think there's anything else to do. We're going to save this thing as, let's see, Filmic is fine. Let's go here. We're going to save it into projects, nostalgia. Let's just do EV. Okay. So we're going to try, I don't know if this is going to work. So I think we don't want, you know what? We should render this with no background. I think it's going to help. And we can just put it over whatever we want. So we can do color depth 16, no compression. Filmic none is fine. Cache results fine. I don't need that. Compression images, save, full scene. Okay, this looks good. There was one more thing I was going to do. Oh, this. Okay, so I think we got to go up to here. Up to here. And then in terms of samples, I feel like 64 was good. I didn't notice a difference. So if I go to 128, you notice anything different? I don't think so. Okay, so let's render one of these out. See how long it takes. Oh, one frame is quick. Okay, let's hit it. Thank you. All right, we're gonna render this, and then as long as this starts to render, that's the end of the stream. I went 5. Oh my god, I went 5 hours. I was supposed to go 2. Oh well. Okay, it's moving. Pretty quick. All right, that's it for stream. We'll see how this looks tomorrow, and then we'll get this one done, and then we'll start on the next one. Thanks for joining.